months passed and we forgot our names, lost in the times, wondering what we missed. And now we've come of age, and we can turn the page, discovering our sacred sound. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are bound by nothing, yet held by everything. Remember, you are held, you are held, you are held, you are held, oh, you are held like the stars in the sky, held like the mother. You are held. We are held like the stars in the sky, held like divine mother held. As the feeling moves through me, I remember who I was born to be, looking out at this radiant sea. I can finally see everything is connected, everything is held. We are held. We are held by a loving embrace, held like the stars in place. We are held. And through this magical, invisible web, it holds all things together. Our guides and ancestors are beaming us now with truth and with information. We must remember our destination. We are held like a star. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are held, we are held, we are held, we are held, we are held. And I am feeling held. I am feeling so held.
Welcome. My name is Susan, aka Joyful Sun. Thank you for joining us as we gather to support each other in our personal evolution. Let me explain a little about why this summit has the words yo soy in its name. The term yo soy in Spanish means I am, and the term I am is a path on which many have taken as a means to self-discovery and exploration into human spirituality and human origins. The idea of this summit began taking shape when a group of us who walk the yosoy path decided to visit Mt Shasta in the summer solstice of 2023. During our visit, we felt held. We felt held by the elements of water, fire, earth, air, and ether. We felt held by our global community. We felt held by Mother Earth. And we felt held by Mt Shasta and its community, which is widely known for the I Am teachings. I am grateful to the Solstice at Mt Shasta group and the very talented Held Summit team for making this event possible. Out front, serving us as our hosts are Jessie Reyes and Zahira Buna, and behind the scenes are the very talented poet-musicians Luna Ra Starshine and Yvonne Daher, AI visual creator Veronica Polo Torok, video and technology wizards Jessie Reyes and Juling Brutger, and last but certainly not least, we have the unceasing multi-dimensional support from our very own Guadalupe Hall. Without them, none of this would have come to physical existence. So, from the very bottom of my heart, thank you, thank you, thank you. As you can see from our website, we have speakers from different walks of life. They will teach us various techniques and practices that will assist us in our evolutionary journey. I was once asked why the summit had different topics. The reason is based on the premise that humanity does not subscribe to one ideology, nor one person, nor one spiritual aspect. Everything is possible, and each one of us has that power to choose and create our paths and how we will get there. So, whether you're just starting out or you've already embarked on quests to discover who you really are and what your role is in this beautiful creation called being human, remember that you are never alone. As the saying goes, nothing is by accident. You found yourself here as a reminder that there are many of us all around you, and you are held. Thank you again for joining us, and enjoy.
Eons passed and we forgot our names, lost in the times, wondering what we missed. And now we've come of age, and we can turn the page, discovering our sacred sound. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are bound by nothing, yet held by everything. Remember, you are held, you are held, you are held, you are held. Oh, you are held like the stars in the sky, held like the mother you are held. We are held like the stars in the sky, held like divine mother held. As the feeling moves through me, I remember who I was born to be. Looking out at this radiant sea, I can finally see this magical, invisible web. It holds all things together. Our guides and ancestors are beaming us now with truth and with information. We must remember our destination. We are held like the stars. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are held, we are held, we are held, we are held, we are held. And I am feeling held. I am feeling so held.
Welcome, everybody. Our third day of our 4-day summit series is here. And you have me, Joyful Sun, and Jesse as your host today, J and J.
Exactly.
Before we get started, I wanted to tell you about something that's really, really super duper important. And then I will also share the same message at the end of today's summit. But if you are interested in joining us for Solstice at Mount Shasta 2024, we'll be there June 18th. So you have June 17th to travel after Father's Day. And through June 22nd, so you have June 23rd to travel back home. So mark your calendars, and there's something very important that we'll be doing there that has something to do with your intentions for the year. And so what we really would like for you to do is if you're interested or you don't know how you're going to get there, but you want to go, put your contact information in the Contact Us page in the website so that we have your information. And around the beginning of December, we're going to send you some information of what to do. It has something to do with, I think I already said it, your intentions for the year, kind of like a New Year's resolution, but with a twist. That we will do something special at Mount Shasta. And also, please remember, just like this summit is free, it's free to join us at Mount Shasta. That is really, really important that we have this community and it's available to us. Okay, the Held team doesn't know this yet, and I didn't even know it until I'm going to say it now, but
Okay.
we might be even sharing some things of that trip virtually. So let's see.
Awesome.
Techie,
Awesome.
Julie, and Jesse.
Okay, awesome.
So yeah, so please don't forget to put your information in the Contact Us page, and then we'll contact you early December. So for now, we have our very beautiful Elizabeth Mayer here, who's going to take us into the Akasha. I'm so very excited because Elizabeth is one of the, I don't know, catalyst. Catalyst is not a good or bad word, right? I think, but she just like made me jump into this whole realm and accept that, I do have something to say about spirituality or have a role in it. So very special that we have Elizabeth here. Welcome, Elizabeth.
Also, Susan.
Yeah.
Also, Susan, sorry about that. Before we start with Elizabeth, I'd like to remind everyone who's either on the Zoom or on YouTube that if you have any questions As Elizabeth is speaking, please make sure to submit your questions either on YouTube or on the Zoom chat. At the end of Elizabeth's presentation, we'll have a short question and answer session, and we'll be collecting any questions that you have so that we have the opportunity to ask. So if anything pops up, please make sure to do that. Sorry about that interruption, Susan.
No, that's important.
Yeah.
I forgot that. I was too excited about Shasta.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Awesome. And so now, I mean, unless you have anything else to say, Susan, yeah, I'll pass it along to Elizabeth so we can hear all about, your wonderful information, which I'm really excited about also, like Susan.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's been very moving and emotional, the whole presentation. Definitely I'm going to Mount Shasta next year for the solstice. So thank you guys. And if you're okay, I'll begin with the presentation and everything. Yeah?
Okay.
Great. So let me introduce myself. Why am I here? Let me show you a little bit of a presentation. Here we are. So today I was invited by the health team to talk about the Akasha, something that lately it's been a very fashionable, or we can hear about it more. So I will explain, I hope to be as clear as possible, all the information that I got, so we can all speak also the same language. I know that maybe there will be information that is brand new, and that's great. And if not, this is how I live it and I feel it. So let's begin. What we are going to do today is a thought of how is the actual situation worldwide and how is it affecting us in this moment. We are going to talk about the Akasha and the Akashic records. We are going to talk about the spiritual team. Then I will round up with a last thought and an invitation. And finally, we are going to have an activation for our channel of light with our higher self and our spiritual team. So hope you enjoy it. So let me introduce myself so you know who am I. Since I was a child, I had a very inquiring mind. I understood that things were not quite well. I was very sensitive, and my family quite didn't know what to do with me. So sometimes they will help me to have my mind open, although I am 48. So imagine in that times, it was a little bit hard to have all the information that we are so blessed to have today. So as a teenager, it was the beginning of my conscious spiritual path. And the first thing that came to me was to start practicing yoga and to listen to the conferences or talk of a lady that was Indra Devi. She is the Matashi for yoga, for Hatha yoga. And what I realized with all this spirituality, it was that it became a life loyal friend through all my life until today, and hopefully till I finish this experience. So after I graduated from school, I went directly to work in corporate companies. I studied at universities. I did 2 masters. But in 2019, I said to myself, stop. This is not what I'm here for. So from that year till today, I left my 25 years of experience in my corporate life to become a soul therapist. So in my journey, my goal is to accompany others to heal the wounds of their souls so they can flow in their own soul plan, and their own evolution. So for this, first I certified myself as a Hatha Yoga instructor. I also got a certification as a holistic health coach. And then I started like a whole universe open, and I started studying and becoming an Akashic record reader and teacher, and also a regression therapist. And I teach the past life therapy technique that belongs to Jose Luis Cabuli. So this is who I am. This is what I'm going to explain to you today, from my teenage years till today, everything that I've learned. So what's our actual situation worldwide? And we were going to get realistic. This is not, I don't have the intention to create fear, but to realize what we are living. And right now we have an actual chaos worldwide. We are going through a global turbulence. The whole world is in a chaotic state. And let's take a moment to think about it, because in the past, it was maybe a specific place, but today is everywhere. And we can feel that we are surrounded by uncertainties, by fear, hopeless, that there's so many news all the time, everywhere, that we get distracted, because we also want to keep ourselves updated, because we live in this dual world. We live on planet Earth, and we cannot avoid all this information. So I don't know if any of you, but me, I went through all this, who doesn't ever feel like we tap sometimes into that chaos, or that we are moved from our axis, or we feel hopeless, or we feel full of uncertainties. Sometimes we even lose faith in us, in humanity, in the future, and this can make us feel alone, surrounded by a void, that we are desperate from each other's, and being reactive, and that we need a clear sign, that we need some light in our life to continue, to reconnect, to recover with that hope, with that faith, with that certainty to move on. So let me show you a fragment of the movie Bruce Almighty, that is a person in this small video that is going through a desperate moment and ask for a sign. And I want you to pay attention, because all signs are there. So let me share it with you. Just bear with me a second. I am not a lot of tech person, so thank you for the patience. Okay.
Okay, God. You want me to talk to you? Tell me back. Tell me what's going on. What should I do? Give me a signal. I need your guidance, Lord. Please send me a sign. Oh, what's this joker doing now? Okay. All right. I'll try it your way. All right. Lord, I need a miracle. I'm desperate. I need your help, Lord. Please reach into my life. What the? Oh, yeah. I got you. Fine! The gloves are off, pal! Come on, let me see, little rat! Smite me! Oh, mighty smiter! You're the one who should be fired! The only one around here not doing his job is you! Answer me! Sorry, don't know you. Wouldn't call you if I did.
So please, please show me that you even once went through that experience as Jim Carrey in this part of the movie. So if you did, be honest, open your heart and raise your hand or send me a heart, or I don't know, any reaction that you want, but show me that, we all went through this experience. So what happens when we feel this way? And this is what happens, that we feel that there is chaos, but there's always light in chaos. There's always light in darkness. So if you pay attention, it's only for you to look at the signs, to be willing to open yourself to receive which path, how to continue, how to regain your strength, how to go through that situation. Are we in this together, right? Everybody, even when we thought that we were going, to die in that moment, that we had no strength, we always were superheroes that could go through that hard moment in life. So today we have two options. We can stay, whether tapping into this chaos, or we can live it from our inner peace, knowing that we are held, knowing that we are supported, knowing that we are not alone, knowing that although everything around us seems like it's going to fall apart, we still have the faith and hope to continue. So I invite you to make your decision today and to engage with it. If you want to continue tapping into the chaos, it's super respectful. If you want to continue from now onwards with the inner peace, that's great too, but it's your decision. And the more we are going with inner peace, the easier will be for us to recognize other souls that are there for us, that they want also to reignite this spark in us with inner peace, to be consciously held, to recognize really who we are. All of the time, we don't realize how powerful we are, that we are a spark of the light, of the divine light, that we are a fractal. So this is a little bit what I'm going to show you today. So let's continue in this amazing path, understanding that we have this situation, but we can do something with ourselves regarding being in peace and feel that we are not alone. Even if we are going through this chaotic situation, we are not alone. So let me walk you through the Akasha and the Akashic records. So in order to start, we have to understand that the Akasha, the Akashic records, and the soul has nothing to do with any religious doctrine. So for the religious people, the soul is recognized and it's named soul. For the Egyptians was named the Ka. For the Chinese philosophy is the Chi. For the Hinduism is called Atma. And for science, now it is called conscious. So see how in different places, they are calling what I call the soul, not in a religious way, but from a neutral way that is recognized everywhere. So before going to the Akasha, let me explain just one thing about the soul. The soul is our vital energy. The soul is in us, is an energetic field, okay? And in this moment, as Elizabeth, you know, it is anchored to this dense body to do this experience. And now we will later understand better why am I doing this quick introduction about the soul. So first, what is the Akasha? The Akasha, it is a vibrational field in higher dimensions where we have, where it's recorded all the information of my soul, of every human being, from the plants, from animals, from minerals, and even from our world. Because today we know that the soul of Mother Earth is called Gaia. So if we go to the Old Testament, that for the Occidental religions is the same one for Catholics, Jews, and Muslims, we can find in the Old Testament that they refer to the Akasha as the universal hall or the infinite library. And we have to understand that this is a sacred place, that is hard to get there, not because it is hard for us, but because it's a sacred place. So in this sacred place, it is guarded by different energies, by different beings. So I don't know if you ever heard about the Lords of the Akashic Records, or the guiding masters, or the soul guides, or the light beings. So this amazing field, this energetic field is guarded by all these beings. And our own Akashic records are guarded by our own guardian angels, as some religions talk about it, by our soul guides, by our personal guiding masters, by our light beings, by our higher self. So what are the Akashic records? The Akashic records for me, for my soul, is where it is recorded all the experiences of my soul in this life as Elizabeth, in the womb, in past life, with my original family. All the information of my soul is in this is in this part of this energetic field. And if we go again to the Old Testament, they talk about it as the book of life, the book of destiny, the book of the soul. So you see, we always had like this very subtle information about the Akashic records. And when we enter the Akashic records, when we have access to our book, and of course, it's not a literary book, but it is a subtle information. It's for us to understand better this concept. So when we access this information, we can understand a lot about our soul plan, for this experience. We can ask for advice. We can ask for for guidance. We can ask also for recommendations. And our guiding masters and our soul knows the plan for this lifetime, for this incarnation, but they all respect our free will. That's why in our personal book is recorded all the possibilities of the future, but not a specific one. Because I, Elizabeth, in this experience, have to take decisions. And this, it's me. Of course, I'm held. Of course, I am guided, but I am responsible for it. Because if not, we lose our free will, we lose being engaged with this, and of course, being responsible with our own decisions. So, how can we start, to get involved with this very peaceful, harmony, lovely information? How can we start, even if I don't ever heard about the Akashic record, or maybe I heard, or I know someone who took a course, but, how can I start getting this feeling with them? So we have to understand something, that is that we are all channelers. There are people who can channel more. There are people who think that they never channel, but we are all channelers. And when we talk about channeling, sometimes it's hard at the beginning because we think that we are going to hear with our ear, but it's more related with listening to our inner voice. So how can I listen to my inner voice? Well, having the engagement to live in peace, in harmony. If I am very stressed, if I am in the, I think you call it in English, the hamster wheel, I will never be able to channel anything. I will never be able to connect with my inner voice. Then is accepting every experience. That doesn't mean to give up in something that we are going through, but accepting it, losing control, not trying to control anything, because we can't. We can't control anything. So when I accept from the love that I am, from the peace that I am, any experience, as hard as it can be, that's when I can hear my inner voice, when I can channel. We have to remember that nothing is personal. So, for example, if someone is doing something to me, I have to be responsible and see how I am treating myself to allow that person to treat me wrong. See how we start to change the perception and having a new perspective with our experiences. Again, not control, flow, because when we flow, and this is something that maybe you hear a lot, but when we allow ourselves to flow, we connect directly with the soul plan for this experience. Not to get distracted with all the external noises, apart from the global turbulence worldwide that we are going through, is not to get distracted with the new mobile, the new watch, the new, not just, if I need a new mobile, go ahead and buy it, but not being in that, again, hamster wheel, because it's not taking us anywhere. And to be on my axis, to be aligned, to understand that this is for my higher good, and to be willing to do this inner work. Also to be open, because sometimes, because of society, because of our family, because of our environment, we have a belief system. If you don't resound with that, think about it if you want to continue with it. And it's great. You're always on time to change it. You're always on time to go back. But what makes you feel that resounds, that resonates with you? And the one that is the most hard one in this moment, the hardest one, is to be present here and now. So if today, Sunday, I have a roof on top of my head, I have a lovely lunch, I'm rich, I am in abundance, because we are abundance. And trusting that everything is for a higher good, not only for me, but for all, because we are all one. Of course, let me tell you, we are all one, being unique, because this is something that sometimes it's like, not quite sure what she means. So who is this spiritual team? Let's get to know them in order to understand more about my Akashic records, about the information of my soul. So what we do have to understand now is that we all have our own spiritual team. And who is my spiritual team? They are light beings in higher dimensions. That doesn't mean that they are up there and I am down here. No, we are a team. So in that team, it is also my higher self. And if you don't know what is the higher self, it's a part of my soul that is not incarnated in this dense body, but is in a higher dimension, closer to God, to the source, to the divine light, with the term that you resonate better, but it's a part of me and it's beside me. It's not up there and I am, left like a puppet down here. We are all together in different dimensions, but we are all together. Also, what in the past, the Catholic religion called the guardian angel. And this was the concept that we have this spiritual team. The only thing is that they talk about one angel. If we resonate with angels, we have a huge team with us. It's not only one. Also, there are soul guides. And you can ask, okay, what's the difference? So a soul guide is a soul who did several incarnations in this world. And in the moment that this soul goes to the light and meets with the spiritual teams, with the guiding masters, they are offered to, instead of coming back to earth, to be a soul guide, to guide someone through that experience, through that life, through that specific event in different lifetime. But this is the concept of the soul guides. Then we have our guiding masters. Usually they did one experience on earth to understand this dual world. How can we are so black and white? How we feel so visceral, the emotions. One day we are in love, having fun, and the following day we want, we feel that we want to die or we want to kill everyone. So they need to understand these concepts because it's something that calls their attentions in order to understand and guide us better. And then we have other beings of light that maybe they didn't incarnate it in this planet, but they understand what is it about. Maybe they're part of our original family who are supporting us in this experience on Earth. But the thing is to understand that we have our own team and everyone has one. So I don't know if it ever happened to you that you think about somebody or someone and calls you, or that you need money and you got it in an unexpected way and you are like, oh my God, now I can pay everything, or that you wish something from the bottom of your heart and becomes true. Like one of my example was when I did the yosoy path, the I am path of Matias, and he mentioned about the trip to Egypt for 2022, February 2022, to Egypt. I was like, oh my God, I need to be there. You know, I felt it from the bottom of my heart, my whole body. And then because I was supporting and collaborating with the foundation, they invited me not only to go as a collaborator. I can't remember the name now. I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. But to go to help with the teams, I had my own team, not only in not only in Egypt, but also in Argentina. So imagine that blessing that was to be present in these places, helping and being part of these unbelievable events. It was a true blessing from the universe, from the divine light, from my spiritual team. I understand that it was something to do with the plan of my soul too. So I know that you can start related with these kind of examples that I'm giving you, or sometimes we ask for a message or an answer, a clear message on how to continue in a specific situation. And we open social media and we have an answer and it's there. Or maybe listen to the radio or a podcast and feel that, they're talking to me. It's like, oh my God, I feel naked. This guy is talking about me. So if you ever went through this experience, again, raise your hands, send me a reaction, hearts, smiley faces, whatever, to know that you feel that you are part of this, that you went through this experience. That's great. So sometimes we have to understand that we believe, and this is amazing about us, because see how we limit ourselves. We believe in coincidences, we believe in miracles, but it's hard to believe that we all have a spiritual team that is helping us all the time. And why is this? Because if I evolve, they evolve as well with me. That's why we are a team. So let's continue a little bit more. How is this communication with the spiritual team? So if you're now watching this presentation, this is a clear sign, a call from your spiritual team that your soul answered. Even if you think that you're here, just as a coincidence, it is not. You need to listen to all this information. Everyone has a spiritual team waiting for us to connect with them consciously. So now that we know, that we are aware that we answered this call, now that we are aware that we have this team, that although we cannot see them, we can feel their energy and we can perceive them. And they talk to us in two ways. With signs, like when, I don't know if ever happened to you, that a butterfly flies like it goes through your face, like across your face, and you're like, okay, that was weird. No. That is a sign. Sometimes we find a feather, or someone comes and gives us a feather. Sometimes we see wings somewhere, or mirror numbers, like 1111, 2222, or we are on a traffic jam and we look at the plate of the car ahead of us and it says 333. Maybe it's a sign on the street that says just do it, and we think, oh, what a nice advertisement. No, it's a sign, or something that we hear, or that we find an object on the street, or we receive an unexpected gift, or we have a vivid dream. This is a way that they have to start answering us when we ask for answers, for a sign. This is a way for them to tell us that we are not alone, that they are with us. And something funny that happened to me last week, I went to the city, to certain places, to leave some flyers about an event that I am doing mid-July. And all of a sudden, I was waiting for this store to open. And while I was at the street waiting, a fur came, up, down in front of me. It went like through me, like telling me everything is fine, we're here. And all of a sudden I was like, oh my God, this is great, Then we have messages. So when we listen to our inner voice, what we used to call our intuition is also them giving us information, giving us answers. So this inner voice always tells us what's right and what's not. When we are in a place, when to leave, or if we have to stay. A sensation when we first meet a person that, you feel like, oh, I feel like I know you from all my life. Or like, oh my God, there's something wrong. I don't like your vibes. So it is us, it is them. It's our spiritual team and us connecting. It's a straight answer. Shall I go left or right? And we hear right. And then comes the mind, and says, no, why right? When we have left. Or maybe we can stop. Or, go straight. And then we get confused with our mind and we don't remember that they said right. So you see, it can be a crystal clear message, or maybe they whisper it. But the thing is to connect with this inner voice, because it's like our mobile or cellular phone to talk to them. It's an advice, it's a recommendation. They respect our free will. There are no casualties when we feel this intuition, when we really listen to our inner voice, because we are living in peace. These are answers or messages for us, and it will be great that from now onwards to be conscious about it. Our spiritual team is holding us, letting us know that they are always beside us and helping us. So we have to trust our inner voice and our spiritual team, although we are not able to see them with these eyes, but to know that they are there for us. So I am going to go rounding up. I want to be on time. So last thoughts to share. Open your heart, be brave, open your heart, open to receive not only the messages, but when we understand that we are a soul in a dense body, we know that we are infinite. So open to receive all the blessings, all the experiences that our soul prepare and that we don't remember now. Trust your spiritual team, trust the messages that you receive, your inner voice, your intuition, because that's how we are in our soul plan. Consciously connect with your guiding masters, talk to them, even if it sounds like a little bit crazy when you're alone, like talk to them. I talk to them all the time. Sometimes I know that the people will think that I'm going crazy, but it's great because, you know, we are in the middle of this conversation and I don't want to cut it. So I keep on talking, even if there are people around. But start, you know, asking them, please give me a sign. And if you doubt, if you say, you know, I'm not quite buying it, just ask for a sign for the next couple of 3 days. And be open and open your heart and open to receive. And you will see that the answer, the sign, you will find it and it will be there for you. And most important, live in the present moment, here and now, because it's the only way that we can also ignite our inner light as beings of light, that we are going through this experience this with this dense body. So my last invitation for you is, let's co-create together a new reality, bringing harmony, because each one of us is a grain of sand in the desert. So if we all can, you know, co-create this new reality, not tap into the chaos, understand that this chaos has nothing to do with me, we are going to be opening easier and faster the gates for this new humanity. And we are going to create this new world vibrating higher. And this is our gift to Mother Earth, who is also holding us for us to keep on going through our evolutionary path in this experience and for our own soul. So I don't know, Susan or Jessie, if you would like me to do the activation now, or if you prefer, you know, a couple of questions as you feel it.
I think you answered the question already, but maybe you want to say a little bit more about it. But there was a question. I think, Jesse, you have the question there.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, we had a question specifically about synchronicities.
Yes.
So the question is, why do I see so many synchronicities? Excuse me. Why do I see so many synchronicities recently? I guess as a person who is seeing that happen more often, and the question is, why is that happening?
Yeah,
Okay.
in their clocks. Like,
okay, so when you see these mirroring numbers or these synchronicities, is because your guiding masters first they're telling you we are here, and then those numbers have a specific information. They are codes. So when you see them, it's like you are, even if you don't know what it means, it's like remembering that information. And if you see them all the time, it's because you're activating inside of you a very special information. So don't doubt it. Go ahead, go for it, because they're telling you, we're ready, let's go, you know? So go with the flow. And then if you want, you
Andres,
contact me and I can share with you what
I am going to
information
Winco.
has
Text me if you need anything from
number.
there, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Love you.
I don't know if that was heard, but whoever wrote this question, I will be more than happy to have a conversation and, you know, to see these synchronicities, these numbers, and see which numbers has a specific message.
Okay.
Okay, so
one more question before the activation.
Yeah.
How can we distinguish the advice from the spiritual team versus another voice?
Because it's a lovely message. It's a coherent message. It's a neutral message. If it's like an order, it's not from our spiritual team. So that's a great question.
Okay, Elizabeth, just a quick question for you.
Yeah.
What is the length of the activation that you're gonna do?
Sorry?
How much time are we gonna take for the activation?
Just 10 minutes, 15 the
Okay.
most.
Okay,
Am I on time?
Yeah, so
Please?
right now we have about 14 minutes approximately. Now, the only question that I would like to ask that you answer either before or after the activation, and maybe it's really simple, but if people would like to work with you or get more information about the work that you do, how can they contact you? Where do they, or you know, stuff like that, either before or after the activation?
As if you want, after the activation, once I
Okay.
finish it, I have a slide with my information, and they can also visit the Health Summit website that they have all the details, but I can share them with you once I finish the activation. Would that work?
Okay. Okay.
Great. So let me share with you some music. So please close your eyes, sit in a comfortable position. Make sure your back is straight. Relax your body and be aware of your breathing. Inhale deeply, and when exhaling, release all tension. The more you listen to my voice, the more you will relax. And now we are going to do 3 deep breaths together. Breathe in. Hold. Breathe out. Breathe in. Hold. Breathe out. Breathe in. Hold. Breathe out. And I will guide you to relax your head, your neck, shoulders, arms, and hands. Relax your chest, your abdomen, your hips. Relax your legs and feet. Feel every part of your body relax. Now you can feel your own vibration. You are love. You are light. Now, imagine or visualize a sphere of light growing from the center of your chest, from the center of your heart. With every breath you take, it gets bigger and bigger, increasing the feeling of peace. You flood the whole space with that energy, filling in every space with light, and you expand through love. Now you feel and visualize your channel of light that from the center of the earth extends upwards, going through all your chakras, going through your spine, rising from your head towards the sun and up, until it raises the divine light, the source. Inwardly, you ask for the connection with your higher self and your spiritual team. You see them as golden beams of light in front of you. You recognize them. You can feel their energy. Now, your higher self comes closer to you and tells you that you can ask questions or ask for their guidance for any special situation that you're going through. You will know the answer. Listen to it or receive it very soon. Pay attention to the signs, as they will be another way to answer you, to guide you. A rainbow ray descends on all of you, unifying all your energies. Everything is bathed in colored lights, while creating a unit with your higher self and your spiritual team. You feel united to them, held and supported by them. You ask them to be in you, and to guide you from now onwards in life. On your own personal pathway of evolution. You feel a deep love that comes from your higher self, also from your spiritual team, and from the divine light. Now you feel full of love and peace on your axis, in harmony. As you slowly return to this space, taking a couple of deep breaths at your own rhythm and time. Softly returning here and now. And when you are ready, at your own time, you will open your eyes. How are you feeling?
Awesome. Awesome.
Connected? We are connected now. There's no way back.
All right, Elizabeth.
Yes.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for having given us that wonderful introduction, especially for those of us who may not be too familiar with these concepts. I thought it was really wonderful how you laid it all out. Also,
Thank
right
you.
now we've come to the end of the session, but I'd like to ask if you have any closing statements that you'd like to make about any of this. And we thank you also, from the bottom of our hearts for being here with us.
No, so let me share just one last slide.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you very much. You've been a great team. I felt super supportive, super held through all the process. Here are my contact details. If I can help in any other way, you know that here I am for you guys. And, let's continue to invite people to join the Yosoy Shasta Soul community, because it's an amazing work that you're doing, and I feel honored and blessing to be part of it. And if you have any questions or doubts, here you have my details, so you can contact me and let me know if I can help in any other way. It was a blessing, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity to explain how I live the Akasha, the Akashic records, and the soul.
Awesome.
Oh,
I mean, yeah,
thank you, Luciana.
yeah, thank you very much. I think this is just the beginning of a larger, we could go on, and personally, I also have a lot of questions, but again, unfortunately, this is the end of the segment. I just want to remind everyone, as Elizabeth had mentioned, if you want to find out more information after the video is over, after the session is over, you can visit the yosoy.red.com website and find Elizabeth or any of the other speakers. There's an about button underneath each speaker. When you click that button, you'll get a little bit more information about them and details on how to contact them if you want to work with them, if you have any questions for them specifically. Right now, we're going to go into a brief intermission, about a 13 or 14-minute intermission. Within that intermission, there's going to be a breathwork video by Monika, who was one of our speakers in one of the last sessions. Right before that, I'd like to, again, sincerely, thank Elizabeth. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
From the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Susan, for making all of this possible.
Yes.
And thank you for all our tech support on the back end, because the fact that you don't notice them is the magic and the wizardry of just how amazing the group of people who are putting this together. And with that, I'll this will be the beginning of the intermission. Again, about a 13 or 14-minute intermission. We'll have Veronica, who is going to be our second speaker. She's up next, and the topic is going to be artificial intelligence and creating through artificial intelligence. And thank you for being with us. This is the beginning now of our intermission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Eons passed and we forgot our names, lost in the times, wondering what we missed. And now we've come of age, and we can turn the page, discovering our sacred sound. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are bound by nothing, yet held by everything. Remember, you are held, you are held, you are held, you are held. Oh, you are held like the stars in the sky, held like the mother you are held. We are held like the stars in the sky, held like divine mother held. As the feeling moves through me, I remember who I was born to be. Looking out at this radiant sea, I can finally see everything is connected, everything. this magical, invisible web. It holds all things together. Our guides and ancestors are beaming us now with truth and with information. We must remember our destination. We are held like a star. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are held, we are held, we are held, we are held, we are held. And I am feeling held. I am feeling so held.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody from very warm Poland. My name is Monika and I teach breathwork. I focus on nose breathing. I am also a massage therapist, and most of my clients, I would say over 80% of my clients, they come for postural pain and stress release. Both pretty much goes by mouth breathing. What happens when we breathe through our mouth, especially in a position in front of the computer or laptop, the head drops forward. That causes tension in our neck. That tension travels lower to place between our shoulder blades where most of the pain occurs, and then to our lower back. Breathing through our mouth also stimulates and activates stress response. The easiest and the most accessible help is to switch from mouth to nose breathing. The first thing that you may notice when you switch from mouth to nose is that your neck moves to its natural place. The head moves back. Why? When we're breathing through our nose, there is a pressure created in our chest cavity. During inhalation, the diaphragm, which is the main breathing muscle that places itself around the spine, 360 degrees, secures and protects the spine. Also brings the spine to its vertical position. And head, it's a part of our spine. So your head moves back while breathing to your nose, taking away the tension from the neck and from the back. Many complaints is also regarding inability to breathe easily through the nose. So I would like to share an exercise that will help you to open your nose. So if you follow, take a breath in through your nose, exhale through your nose, pinch your nose, and start nodding your head up and down. Keep nodding your head until you feel medium to strong air hunger. Release your fingers. Inhale through your nose. Back to your normal breathing. And again, inhale. Exhale. Always after exhalation on empty lungs, pinch your nose and start nodding your head again. When we nodding our head up and down, there is a faster release of nitric oxide in our nasal cavity. Keep going. Release your fingers. Breathe in, breathe out. This nitric oxide, together with carbon dioxide, they are vasodilators. They're opening up the blood vessels that carry blood and oxygen. So we're getting more oxygen to our organs, to our body, and more blood and oxygen to our brain. Round number 3, inhale, exhale, and again after exhalation, pinch your nose, start nodding, head up and down, keep nodding, keep nodding, keep nodding, keep going, keep going, keep going until you feel that air hunger. Release your fingers from your nose, inhale, exhale. Feel how the nasal cavity starts opening up, your sinuses start clearing up. You are able to take more air to your chest. You feel fuller, it feels better. You're also activating the parasympathetic response, which is responsible for rest and digest. Reaction to our body. When if you were in stress, now you're also relaxing. And again, round number 4, after exhalation, pinch your nose, start nodding, keep nodding, keep nodding. It's also worth adding that nitric oxide that is released while we're nodding our head, or when we keep the nose closed. Inhale, exhale, come back to your normal breathing for a moment. The nitric oxide is also antiviral, antibacterial, and antifungal. So it has amazing properties that support our health. Last round, round number 5. When you're ready, exhale, pinch your nose, and again, for the last time, start nodding your head up and down as long as you can. And when you feel the medium to strong air hunger, release your fingers. Inhale, exhale, and observe. By now, after 5 rounds, your nose should open up nicely. Your posture should correct. You should feel calmer. If you're still struggling with blocked nose, repeat this exercise from 5 to 10 times. Your nose will open. I hope this helps. And I hope to see you again soon. Thank you very much.
Eons pass and we forgot our names, lost in the times, wondering what we missed. And now we've come of age, and we can turn the page, discovering our sacred sound. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are bound by nothing, yet held by everything. as the feeling moves through me. I remember who I was born to be, looking out at this radiant sea. I can finally see everything is connected.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, before I start, I hope that you feel very refreshed after our short little break, and especially after the breath work with Monika. And now I can't even tell you how excited I am and so happy I am that I'm gonna cry. That Veronica has actually accepted to teach us and guide us into the world of AI, because it's something that is that may be scary for a lot of people. And there's a lot of information out there about how scary it is and how AI is going to take over the world and we'll be slaves to AI and so on and so on and so on. And actually, how about we take a look at AI as something that is our partner? And so I'm so grateful that Veronica is here to talk about AI, to teach us about AI and how she worked with AI and how we can interact with it consciously. So thank you very much, Veronica Polo Torok, for joining us and holding us in this space as we learn about AI. Welcome.
Well, yeah, thank you so much. I've had the privilege to not only be invited to present, but to be a part of this team from the inception. So I feel doubly fortunate and honored to have been a part of all this. When Susan asked me to participate, we didn't even know each other, but the amazing thing about being on this path is that when we pay attention to signs, basically, Susan pays attention to signs, I pay attention to signs. So when she told me that I was meant to participate in this, I just trusted her. And when you have that trust, that's when magic happens. Everything just becomes more beautiful. And it has been a beautiful experience so far. So thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this. And I'm excited to share with you. So I have not had, my presentation is prepared and ready to go. However, I have not done a formal run through. I have no idea how long it's going to last. So please let me know if I need to speed things up or send me some kind of signal or something and let me know if I need to cut it short. I'm going to launch a presentation. This is probably the only session in this whole summit that this is not going to have a healing modality per se, but I hope that it will at least calm you and ease some of your fears, although I will talk a little bit about some of the fears around AI. But anyway, I hope it will fit in well to this summit. And I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. Just a moment. I'm looking for my PowerPoint presentation and
Also, as you're doing that, Veronica, I'd like to remind everyone, if you have a question as Veronica is speaking, please add your question either on YouTube or the chat. If you're on Zoom at the moment, and then at the end we'll have a question and answer session where we'll ask Veronica any questions that happen to come up as you're listening to her giving her presentation.
Okay, so you should see my my screen. Are you seeing it?
Yes.
And am I also visible as a thumbnail, at least, or just the screen?
I have to double check because
it's fine either way.
Okay,
it's fine.
It's just the screen right now.
It's just the screen. There's no me in there, right?
Right.
All right, that's okay.
Except for the Zoom you.
That's the Zoom me is fine. All right, well, let's get started. Interacting with AI. So I first thought I should explain a little bit about myself and who I am and maybe why I'm speaking about this. Well, part of it is the reason that I said that Susan asked me to participate. She seemed to think I had something to say about AI because she saw that I was using it to make images. And I suppose she liked my images, and basically her guides told her that I was meant to be involved. So that's a part of it. But there is actually a backstory to this, which even though I'm not a computer scientist, I don't work for an artificial intelligence company, I'm not working in that field currently, I do have a trajectory through my life that has to do with technology, which, having gone back to review it in lieu of this presentation, I thought was actually quite interesting, which might explain why I'm interested in AI and why I have something to say about it. So I was born in Spain to an American mother and a Spanish father. So I've grown up bilingual and bicultural. And I was lucky enough to go to a school where there were trees that basically they were far enough from the building that the teachers didn't say anything about it if you would climb into them. So oftentimes during the recess, I would just be sitting in a tree the whole time. And I don't know why this is one of my most vivid childhood memories, but I always felt very connected to nature, and I always felt very connected to trees. And by the way, this is an AI image in which I have basically face swapped. This is intermingled with a real photograph of me as a child with a fake painting. But it really does capture my memory of what it was like to sit in the tree. I feel like this is my memory right here. So thanks to AI, I'm sharing that memory with you. So I was very connected to nature, but at the same time, technology was a big part of my life because my father opened, if not the first, one of the first computer stores in Valencia at that time. It quite possibly might have been the first computer store in Valencia. So we had the early computers in our house. I had an Atari, and so I was used to playing games with the Atari. And my father tried to teach me programming when I was young, and he was a futurist. He was also really into spirituality. He used to love to listen to Alan Watts. So it's like these two areas, because oftentimes in the spiritual realm, I feel like we talk about technology as if it's different to spirituality or opposed to spirituality, and that has never been my reality. My father also was a little bit outlandish. He used to be convinced that one day his brain would be downloaded into a computer, and he was sure that he would live perennially through a computer hard drive or something. I always told him that was ridiculous, but and unfortunately he passed away a few years from cancer, so he wasn't able to see that happen. But I think he would have really been excited by the whole advent of artificial intelligence. So this presentation is partly an honor to him. When I was 10, I moved to the United States, and getting used to American culture was a bit difficult. My teens were a blur. But when I went to college, I got a graphic design degree at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh. When I graduated, instead of going into graphic design, I started working for a virtual reality research firm. And the first project that I was involved in, and by the way, this is when I really started to feel happy living in American culture, because I always felt like it was a very materialistic culture. And but when I went to school and started to work on these projects, I felt really happy and excited. And the first project we worked on was a reconstruction of Pompeii, Pompeii has always been a place that has fascinated me. And so I got to reconstruct in 3D various parts of it, worked on the Temple of Isis, which is interesting because the Temple of Isis is a cult that came from Egypt to that part of Italy, and just being able to help recreate that in 3D. It was so cool. And eventually we worked on other projects, Virtual Mars, recreating a part of Mars. And then the research group spun off into a company, and we created different virtual worlds where people could connect through avatars and so on. And I was a 3D modeler for all of these projects. So I've always been fascinated with visualizing worlds that are no longer here or worlds that could be in the future. At that time, this was the 1990s, I was also in a band that was a kind of, I mean, we were often compared to Devo, if any of you guys know who that band is, or Kraftwerk, but we made kind of strange electronic music, and we were pioneers in what's called Laptronica, where we played only computer keyboards on stage, and we just set off computer sounds using the keyboard. So we were quite goofy and silly, but we actually did put out a few albums and go on tour and stuff. So obviously computers were and technology was a really big part of my life. And for me, it had to do with expressing something greater than ourselves and pushing the boundaries of what's possible. Well, a few decades have gone by since then, but I basically, let's see, the technology company that I was involved in eventually went out of business, and I probably should have moved to San Francisco to continue that trajectory where Susan and some of you, I have a lot of friends in the Bay Area, but I didn't take that path. I actually eventually moved to Philadelphia to get a master's in city planning, because I wanted to see if I could affect the real world, not just imagine virtual worlds, but actually do something to affect the real world. And I did work in the city planning realm in Philadelphia for a few years. I eventually met my husband there, who was ironically Spanish. I wasn't looking for a Spanish husband, but you know, that's the way life works. Sometimes things are totally unexpected. So we eventually married, and I had 2 children. We moved to Canada for a few years, and eventually we moved back to Spain. And I kind of left all of my career behind because of the moves for his job. And this is sometimes what happens to women, especially if you have children. And in my case, I wanted to devote myself to them, at least in their infancy. And then when we moved here, it just kind of, my whole work trajectory just kind of went out the window. And since I've been here, I've been basically teaching English, which is cool. But I really, really miss this whole innovative side of me that I left behind. It's been hard for me in that sense. And a few years ago, I started to make music. I started to get back into making electronic music again. And I felt like at my age, you know, there's a part of you that says, oh, like you're too old to be making music again, like that's in your past. But I just thought, you know, it's now or never. If I like doing this, just do it. So I started to make music again, and I started to publish it on YouTube, but I really needed visuals to do that. And I thought, well, this was about a year or two. I thought, I want to start playing around with AI graphics. And at that time, it was still in the early stages. Just like a year and a half ago, Midjourney came out, and I started to play around with Midjourney. And then I eventually started to play around with Stable Diffusion to make animations. And all of a sudden, this part of me that had just been neglected for so long just started to come back, and I started to feel like myself again. So that's kind of the backstory of how I got into artificial intelligence for doing images. But I'm also fascinated with all the other things that AI can do and what it means for us as a humanity moving forward. Because throughout my life, I've also been interested in human consciousness, in the trajectory, where we're going. And so I feel like whether we want to or not, technology is a part of our lives, and it influences everything, basically. So let's get started talking about this AI. In this presentation, I'm going to describe what it is a little bit, how it's being used, what we might see in the future, discuss concerns and also opportunities. And what interests me the most is the potential for the expansion of the human consciousness and for the opening of our creative potential. So, is AI going to make our lives better? There's just no way to know that. I have a very optimistic view on this, but definitely it's going to change things for sure. Andrew Nag, I actually don't know how to pronounce his last name. He's the managing general partner at the AI Fund. I think summarized it very well. I agree with his assertion that AI is the new electricity, basically. He said 100 years ago, electricity transformed every industry. AI is bringing equally big transformation. AI is the new electricity. And I know it's going to revolutionize everything. And it's already starting to. We're not even fully conscious of how AI is already surrounding us. So explaining AI is a bit challenging, but I'm going to do my best. AI is a type of programming that is created with complex algorithms and mathematical functions. It's different from regular programming in that the system learns from the data rather than relying on explicit programming. I don't know if that makes sense to you. AI models, I'm going to explain models in a moment because the concept of models is very important. They are trained on examples, and then they generalize from the patterns they observe from the data. And AI is flexible. It can adapt to new situations and data without explicit programming. So basically, it doesn't need to be handheld, and it learns. That's the most important thing. It learns, and it has a type of reasoning. So let me explain the concept of models. It's impossible to explain any of this in depth because it's so complex, but I'm going to just try to give some basic definitions. There are learning models that I'm going to talk about first, supervised learning models and unsupervised learning models. Please, no need to take notes. I'm not going to give you an exam on this. If it starts to feel like too much information, just sit back and relax. Whatever goes in, great. Whatever doesn't, no problem at all. So let's talk about supervised learning models first. Basically, in a supervised learning model, and a model is like a package, just the same way that you might download a package and install it on your computer, and then it opens up and it runs a program. It's kind of like that. Maybe a computer scientist would disagree with my definition, but that's at least how I understand it. So models are trained on a labeled data set where the input data is paired with corresponding output labels. Okay, what the heck does that mean? So let me use this example. Imagine that you are trying to figure out what the price of a house in a particular neighborhood might sell for, and you want to predict what that price might be. So if you have a model that has a lot of information about what other houses have been selling for in certain neighborhoods, and depending on the square footage and the amount of rooms and things like that, it will be able to make some good predictions. And it requires that this AI model requires that explicit information be input, that's the labeled data set, and then it outputs explicit information. Then there's the unsupervised learning model. So what happens here is that the AI is not told exactly what something is. It's not labeled, but for example, it might, it finds patterns and it finds relationships within data. So imagine that we give it a lot of information about birds, but we don't label what each bird is. The AI is going to find patterns in that data, so it knows that it will start to cluster things, or it will make like a branching organization. So it'll say, okay, I believe that these types of birds are related, and then there's these types of birds, and then that types of birds. So it starts to make sense of the data. And then there's reinforcement learning models. Google's DeepMind office has these soccer or football robots, soccer robots, that they are trained so that when they score a goal, they get positive feedback. And when they don't score, they get negative feedback. So they teach themselves to perform better and better and better. So that's kind of the idea of reinforcement. Okay. So within these learning models, there's this idea of machine learning. And within that, there's this idea of deep learning. I can't get into this too deeply, speaking of deep learning, but I will just briefly say that maybe you've heard of Geoffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI, but he's been working on trying to recreate the synaptic nerve, basically how the brain works to replicate human intelligence. And he's been working on this for decades and decades. Well, he hasn't been able to do that, but in the process, he figured out basically how to create artificial intelligence. Now, there are many ways to approach artificial intelligence. So these neural networks are not the only way to do it, but the neural network as a methodology within artificial intelligence has really grown in the past few years and has really accelerated the capabilities of artificial intelligence. Okay. Let's see. I think I skipped the language models. Okay, I'm doing this out of order. Okay, so generative models. This is, I don't know how many of you have played around with image creating AI, but it's become quite popular in the past year, 2 years. There's many ways to get this kind of output. Basically, the idea of generative AI is that it creates new content, such as images, text, or even music and videos based on information that it has. So, for example, you can use text to image. So you create a text prompt, and then it creates an image. In this case, it's a text prompt combined with a reference image that influences the final output. So this is what I've really gotten into in the past year and a half, and which I'm going to discuss a little bit more later. The AI music right now does not sound very good. It's still in the early stages, and the AI videos are really strange. I'm going to show you an example in just a moment. There are multiple ways to make AI videos. There's the image-to-image method, which I've used to make videos, which look pretty cool. They look very dreamy. And then there's the text-to-video, which I'm going to show you right now, which is not working very well yet. This is an example. I don't know. I didn't actually make this. I don't know what the prompt would have been, but probably the prompt was something like people working in an office. And that's, you just have the text prompt and then the AI tries to create the video. But like I said, right now, it's not very good. So and just to give another example, this is, somebody must have typed something about Mr. Bean and monsters. I don't know, but this is really freaky. I don't know why I find this type of thing so hilarious. This is made with a program called Full Journey, but the technology is moving so quickly. These I downloaded in August. I really need to check to see how they're going because it's probably a lot better by now. Things are just changing so fast from month to month that it's really hard to keep up. One thing that's going to be hard in the future, I think that's already starting to become difficult, is discerning reality, what's created with AI and what's not. And I'm just fascinated by the amount of images that are shared on social media now that people genuinely think are real. People just do not have a high level of discernment right now. You have this cake image over here that for me is very clearly created with AI, and it had like a 41,000, a lot of likes and a ton of comments. And most of the comments are, wow, how beautiful. How do you make that? Discussions on how it might be made. And then you have just the very few people saying, this is clearly AI. There's no way you can make a cake like this. But most people are just fascinated. And then you have all these watermelon carving images that are also circulating. And some of them are just so outrageous. And I still see even people who I know personally who are like, wow, that must have been so hard to carve. And I'm thinking, yeah, because it's AI. And then you also see a lot of these kind of wooden sculptures with people saying, I made it with my own 2 hands. Thanks for everyone who appreciates this. I've been discussing with some other people, some other AI creators lately, about this proliferation of, they're not intentionally harmful images, but I feel that they are being, because there's these social media profiles, like for example, Garden Universe, where a lot of the images appear to be AI created, where I feel like these I won't call it a fake profile, but it seems like profiles that are created just to share images to keep people engaged and inside social media. And I wonder if Facebook is even implicit in allowing for all of these images to proliferate like this. Now, I'm in a few groups where they are AI artists, and we are intentionally sharing the AI art as AI art, and we all know it's AI art, and we're enjoying each other's creations and commenting and asking how we did it or how we did things. So that's like a kind of an intentional sharing of AI images. But the kind of unconscious sharing of AI, where it's just done for people for the likes and these go way more viral than the intentional AI images. So it's just an interesting thing. And there's also these crochet grannies floating around. Sometimes the granny's making these huge crocheted animals, and other times she's crocheting covers for her motorcycles. I mean, I think they're hilarious, but genuinely, again, most people think they're real and want to get the crochet pattern. So I don't know. Again, I just think that there's a low level of discernment on the internet today, and that's an area of growth for us as humanity. You do see things. I just saw this the other day. Someone said, caution, okay, boomers, you're being fooled into admiring AI generated content. This fake image only took a few seconds to make by typing a few words into a computer program. No creativity, no skill, no talent. Be critical. Don't be so easily fooled. Don't embarrass yourself. Have a nice day. Well, I disagree that there's no creativity involved. Actually, I think there can be quite a lot of creativity involved in it, but it's true also that we just, again, coming back to the question of discernment. I guess the problematic part of it is the potentiality for deep fakes, which we're already seeing some of and might just increase in the future, where you can easily replace a video with someone else's face and you wouldn't be able to tell that it's not the person in the video. Okay, let me talk about language models. So language models, the one you're probably most familiar with is ChatGPT. Basically, it's trained on vast amount of textual data. It just goes out and it collects data. I think ChatGPT spent about a year scouring the internet and collecting information and making sense of it. That part of the process was the unsupervised learning part of it, because it wasn't supervised. They allowed it to run loose and collect data and make sense of it. And then there were 6 months or so where humans looked at how well ChatGPT was answering the questions and were telling it if it was doing well or not. And that was the supervised part of the training. So what's amazing about ChatGPT, if you haven't used it, is that it can predict, it can understand the context of what you're asking. it has a lot of flexibility. It can do more than one thing. It can translate, it can summarize, it can answer your questions. So the difference between a regular internet search and ChatGPT is that if you try to ask a question in a regular internet search, it's going to look for the keywords inside that question, but it's not going to understand the context of your question. So if I'm asking, what should I get, a dog or a cat? Then the internet search is going to give you maybe articles about dogs or articles about cats, but it's not going to ask you, it's not really going to answer your question. Whereas ChatGPT might say, well, tell me something about your personality so I can tell you which is better. Or they might give you a description of, what cats need and what dogs need. So I might tell it that I'm a very active person and I like to go out running. And then ChatGPT might say, well, in that case, I recommend a dog because dogs need to be walked, and this would give you an opportunity to get out of the house and exercise with your pet, et cetera, et cetera. It's a conversation. I have this image here of this line of bonbons because one of the things that language models do well is learn to predict what is going to be said or what's expected. So if I were to say peanut butter and the language model would know that you're probably likely to say jelly because it has seen that pattern before. So it's like, here I have this image of a factory with bonbons, and you can kind of know what the next bonbon is going to be based on the ones that came before. Sometimes I have these images of how I explain things to myself in my head. And this is how I explain language models to myself, is through this image of this factory that makes bonbons. Okay. Let's see. And then the last one, recommendation models. Whether we know it or not, these recommendation models are already a part of our lives. If you are on Netflix, for example, it will recommend series for you based on what you've already seen. That's AI. Social media also is aware of what you like and don't like and gives you advertising based on that. And that's okay. I think that can be useful. There are some obviously a lot of potentially negative things to that. What I find frustrating lately in social media is that I can't tell what kind of algorithms are deciding what I can see and what I can't see. And that can be a bit frustrating because sometimes I heard recently that if you post a YouTube link, that it's going to Facebook is going to downgrade who can see it because they don't like people clicking on YouTube and leaving their platform. So they downgrade things that they think are not going to keep you engaged within their platform. So I find that to be problematic. Uses for AI. Okay, there's no way we're going to get into all of this because we would need a long time, but very quickly. These things are already being used in all of these sectors and will continue to grow. For natural language processing and language translation, for image and speech recognition in the field of finance, with e-commerce and recommendation systems, which I just talked about, manufacturing and robotics, autonomous vehicles, healthcare, education, cybersecurity, human resources, entertainment, social media and content curation, environmental monitoring, custom services, legal services, and the list goes on and on. I heard a percentage recently, which I don't remember exactly what it was. I should have written it down, but it's something like 2/3 of jobs will be affected, not eliminated. They will be changed because of AI. So we oftentimes think of AI as like a robot, but AI is basically living on a server. This is one of Google's large data centers. And by the way, there is an environmental cost to all of these servers. I consider myself to be an environmentalist, and that's hard for me to accept that all of this time that I put into rendering images, I'm actually causing heating inside of these data centers, which is requiring water to cool down the computers. And water is such a precious resource on our planet and needs to be so well taken care of. And I do worry that the use of technology is just yet another assault that we are placing on our environment. So that does concern me. Is AI sentient? No, it's not sentient. For me, it's just a kind of very advanced computer programming that does have a kind of a logic, but it's still artificial. There are people that think that in time it could become sentient. I don't know that for sure. I can't really say. But right now, I do not believe that it is. Just to make sure, I asked ChatGPT, are you sentient? And it said, no, I am not sentient. I am a machine learning model created by OpenAI called ChatGPT 3.5, and I lack true consciousness, self-awareness, or personal experiences. I can generate human-like text based on the input I receive, but I do not possess feelings, intentions, or awareness. My responses are generated based on patterns learned from diverse data during training, and I operate purely on a computational level. If you have any questions or need information, feel free to ask, and I will do my best to assist you. All right. So here, let's talk about what could go wrong. I don't plan to spend a lot of time on this because, like, who knows, right? But there are a lot of people that are super, super concerned. So let me just go over some of the things that AI could be misused for. Well, unemployment and job displacement. But, every time we have a change, like when the Industrial Revolution happened, the jobs changed. And whether you want to argue that that was good or bad, it just, doesn't mean that jobs disappeared. It's just that the types of jobs changed. And I think that's going to be the case here. Autonomous weapons and warfare. I guess this is probably one of the most worrisome aspects because just imagine that a drone is trained to go to a certain mountainous region and shoot down any suspicious activity that it sees because it's thought that there could be some terrorists in that area. And then the drone goes and based on its assessment, it ends up killing a family. So, and that's just a small example. It could happen on a much larger scale. Or even just a leader of a country using artificial intelligence to subject its own people or a nearby country or something. So that could be quite problematic. So inherent biases and discrimination that are already in place in social media or in our society could just be worsened by AI algorithms. Lack of accountability and transparency. So if we are letting the AI make decisions and we're just assuming that it's the right decision, but no human has actually checked it, we're just kind of offloading the kind of decision making. This could be problematic also because we don't always know exactly how the AI is making decisions. Security threats and hacking. I think you can imagine what this entails. Existential risks. So some people are worried that the AI is going to get so smart that it's just going to get tired of humans and it's just going to eliminate us. I don't know why. I always just, I just don't see that scenario happening. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't see why the AI, again, we're talking about the AI as if it was sentient, which I don't believe it is. Even if it achieved some level of sentient, why it would all of a sudden become malevolent and kill everyone? Again, unless it's a human behind it. It's always about the humans behind the technology. It's never about the technology itself. A privacy invasion, obviously, for the AI to work well, it needs to collect a lot of data. So people are concerned about the data that it's collecting and if it's infringing on privacy. And social manipulation and propaganda. So again, it's all of our tendencies that we already have within us now. The AI could just basically enhance those. So, and now I'd like to talk a little bit, let's see how I'm doing for time. I've been talking for 45 minutes, I think, so I'm going to try to speed it up. Again, please feel free to cut me off if I need to stop talking, but I think we are sort of getting to the end of the presentation. So what makes me excited about AI is the potential for expression, because we are created beings, but we are creative beings also. It's billions of years of evolution that have made us into what we are now. And we have all this incredible creative potential. It is just astounding what we are capable of. And we have, I won't say wasted, but we have spent a lot of time just in survival mode or in conflictive duality mode. And there is so much we could do to make this world just beautiful and interesting in so many ways. So I think AI allows us to express a creativity in a way that maybe we never would have been able to before. It's allowing me to express a creativity in a new way. This is an image I created, but it took me a long time to render this specific image, and I had to play with it a lot. It's also overlaid with other images, so I did a lot of photoshopping and retouching to get this exact image. But it allowed me here to convey what I'm trying to convey is that we are creative beings, and there is so much that we can do. I wanted to mention, oh my goodness, I just blanked on the director of the Star Wars films. Oh my goodness.
Spielberg.
George Lucas and Steven.
Sorry. See, I had it wrong. Sorry. Okay.
Spielberg and Lucas were good friends, but yes, I meant to say George Lucas. Thank you. And I'm glad to know that you guys are listening, because I like I'm talking. I'm like, what if they all left when I'm here talking to myself? Anyway, so George Lucas, amazing director. You know, Star Wars, A New Hope, that first came out in 1977. I really believe it changed the consciousness of humanity. It was such a powerful film. And after that film came out, George Lucas was disappointed because he wasn't able to express, even though he put together this amazing team of people, Industrial Light and Magic, and they worked so hard to make this film, he was still frustrated. I don't remember the percentage, but he said something like, I only got to express 50% of what I wanted to express because I didn't have the technology to do it. And as the technology improved and new films came out, he was able to express more and more of what he wanted to express, eventually with computer graphics. And now with artificial intelligence starting to come in as another capacity. Do I have time, guys, to talk about the health imaging process, or should we go ahead? Should we just skip ahead to the question and answer part of this?
I think you have time, 5 minutes.
Okay. So, you know, I think Susan her vision for this was so complete, because it wasn't just about who was going to speak and what it was about, but she thought that the images were important, and she thought that the sound was important. And so she was just very thoughtful in that way. So from the very beginning, we were thinking about what images would be used on the website and on the marketing materials. And it all began with the information she gave me with her vision, which is, she said things like, Mother Gaia is loved and held by the universe and our galactic family. We are a network. We're supported and held by the great central sun, by our galactic siblings, and by our own ascended masters. We receive lessons and guidance from our elders, whose footprints created the clearing for us to walk our paths. We acknowledge our community and share with each other information and tools that will support us as we walk our paths. I envision the logo to be rays of sunlight and stars holding the planet Earth in an embrace. And I know that she tried to use AI herself, but she couldn't quite get the image that she wanted, because the free AI that's available right now does not produce very good results, or it's hard to get actually the vision that one wants. So I was happy to jump in and to help out. I started out by doing sketches of what some of the things that were coming to me. She was also telling me things like, I was thinking of a galaxy with arms made of stars and stardust holding humanity and Gaia. So I was imagining, this is a pencil sketch I did, I was imagining what she was saying to me, but then I had to have the computer understand what I was saying. And text prompting is not as easy as it seems. I don't know how many, I probably produced hundreds and hundreds of images, trying to get the image that I thought she wanted to convey. And we had several sessions, Zoom sessions, where I shared a lot of images, which I think everybody enjoyed, but we were having a hard time finding the image. So I finally started to get some images that I think were getting closer to what we wanted. We also discarded images that I really loved, but they weren't the image, like images that have to do with ancestors I really loved, but we decided not to have those be the actual image. We started to get closer. I could not get the AI to make the galaxy in an anthropomorphic shape with hands. I was going crazy. I just couldn't get it to do hands made of stars. So I finally just was able to get kind of these glistening figures, these glittering figures, which I think were pretty good, and everyone seemed to like them. But they were two women. I couldn't get the AI to do one man and one woman. It really likes to do these mirrored images. So I eventually did a man separately and put it together and replaced the translucent planet with another planet. And basically, eventually, through a series of iterations, got the final image that we used in our marketing material. But going through the process with them was a lot of fun, and they got to see also how I work. So it's not as easy as they make it seem to produce an image that you want, but it's a fun process. I'm not going to play Jason Silva's video because of the time, but there's been a lot of controversy about how the AI systems have been basically scouring the internet and taking art styles from real artists and using them so that people can prompt with artist names. I really love what he has to say about this. If you want to later on Google Jason Silva, my thoughts on AI art, I think it's really cool what he has to say. So I'm going to skip that. I'm going to finish with Matias Stefano's thoughts on AI because I always really love his insights. I also recommend watching the something that he said about AI on a Four Winds video. I'm not sure that we have time to share it, but I'm just gonna pull a couple quotes here. He said, AI is the transcendental level of the mineral realm. That is just such a cool concept. I mean, we all evolved from this planet itself, and we're made of the elements from this planet. So if you think about it, why not? Why not consider that all this technology, all this hardware that we have created with this minerals, with the software running on top of it, can't have some transcendental level that becomes a mirroring of our own consciousness. And he also said that the problem is not the AI, it's our consciousness. And I completely agree with him. It's never about the tool, it's about the people wielding the tool. And yes, there are a lot of risks, but sometimes the risk themselves is exactly what pushes us to mature and to grow up. Social media is an example. I mean, social media has had a lot of negative impacts in these past few years, but I myself have grown from it because social media exposes your inner world, because most people who are on social media are very open about sharing things, and sometimes people get into arguments and defend their ideas. And if you use that as a growth process, you can see that some things just aren't worth arguing about, and that's a lesson. So it's all a learning opportunity. The AI is going to change everything, whether we want it to or not. So we just need to keep learning. We need to be aware. And we need to work on evolving ourselves. Now is the time not only to evolve our technology, but and to evolve our inner technology, which is our emotions, to learn about how we feel things, to learn about how we express things, and to learn about how we interact with each other. It is critical, absolutely critical, that we evolve as a human species and understand our inner technology of emotions. And that is the end of this presentation. If there's time for questions, that would be great. And if not.
Okay. So yeah, we have approximately 6 minutes, and we do have a couple of questions that have popped up specifically as you were talking in the last portion. And so one of the questions is the question about the creative process that people, artists usually have some kind of connection with spirituality or higher self, higher consciousness, as they are working on and generating their art. And how do you envision this working with the new AI creators? I think that's the question. How do you see this working with artificial intelligence creators? The connection with your higher consciousness and creativity, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, an artist is an artist no matter what tool they're using, I think. And I don't think that the arts that require your hands or a physical interaction, I don't think those are ever going to go away. And I hope they don't, because we need them. We need those things to continue because they have an inherent value. And I don't think that digital art will ever replace any of that. But again, it depends on the consciousness of the creator who's creating the art. Sometimes I'm in these AI forums and I see a lot of people, I see people creating these kind of boring, repetitive images of these cute looking Asian girls with big breasts. So that's where they're at. I mean, that their mind is on creating beautiful women with big boobs, and you see a lot of that, and that's just where they're at. But I've also seen people who are trying to recreate some of their dreamscapes from their dreams to try to illustrate what they've dreamed, and to use it to express a part of themselves that they usually can't express. So it's really about the artist.
Okay. Also, the last statement actually leads in really well into a question, and I think you mentioned this in your discussion. But what applications and what programs do you particularly use in your creative process?
Okay, so I use Midjourney for when I want to create higher resolution image. Midjourney, you have to use it inside Discord. So it's not a straightforward program. You have to go into Discord, create an account, and know how to prompt the Midjourney bot to give it what you want. It's not extremely hard either, but you do have to invest a little bit of time into that. I also work with Stable Diffusion, which is technology behind Midjourney and many other AI graphics tools, which I managed to install on my computer locally, which is not easy to do and took me months to do. I know this is for the people who are not technology people, this may not make a lot of sense, but it took me a long time to install it locally. And I'm able to create animations with Stable Diffusion using image to image. And some of those animations can be seen on my website, but I'm still learning. I mean, I'm still learning. So yeah.
Also, Veronica, I do have a question as I was listening to your very masterful presentation, by the way, because you presented a lot of very complicated subjects and made them easily accessible to someone who doesn't have any background in any of this. And having studied, a lot of this, I know that the complexity the difficulty of doing something like that is, beyond me and beyond a lot of people. So I commend you definitely for giving us a very thorough introduction. And the question that I have that came up as you were talking is, right now there's a lot of concern of what AI potentially can do that is negative. And on the other side of that, we have the problems, the everyday problems that we're facing, not only in our everyday lives, but at a global level, all kinds of issues that are really present right now. And so in terms of AI, is there a way, and I know this is a big question, but just your thoughts on this, is there a way that AI can potentially help us solve not these world problems or the everyday problems that we're facing, or as a tool for that, right? It's a very open-ended question, but just wondering what you think about that.
It depends on how the AI is used. I mean, the AI can be used to help develop compounds that could possibly cure cancer. The AI could be used to figure out a way to decompose plastic so that it doesn't last on the planet for thousands of years. The AI could solve so many problems that we don't have the capacity to solve right now. But can it solve our problems in terms of our propensity for conflict? Only we can do that. We are the ones that have to evolve. And we are still acting like toddlers on the world stage. And I mean, I guess the greatest concern for me, and I've heard other people say this, and I sympathize with this thought, is that the technology might be evolving faster than our capacity to use it well. I guess that's one concern, because we have a lot of work to do. And that's why the yosoy path and other paths of conscious growth and evolution are so critical right now, because all these technology companies are in a race basically to implement new types of AI technology. It's kind of like, instead of the space race, it's the AI race, which I understand. And there's a lot of people that are saying that needs to slow down. We need to make sure that we are taking care of the ethical concerns. And so more watchdogs are coming into play now. And I think that's super important. But also simultaneously and outside of the whole tech realm, just as a humanity, just as individuals, we need to be doing the work ourselves right now, because I think we all know that this is an inflection point right now and the evolution of humanity.
I mean,
and we can't control what's happening with technology. This is a large group of individuals that are developing it the world over, so we can't really control it. All we can do is be that piece of the human body that is doing its best to become more conscious. I think that's all.
You know what? I really love the answer that you provided. And it's been a statement that you've been making in your presentation, this idea that everything that we do is an outgrowth of our consciousness, be it like right now with artificial intelligence, the technology that we're using, but it all goes back to that, right? So everything that is manifesting is like a amplification of where we are with our planetary consciousness, our regional, a specific consciousness. And so thank you so much for that. Right now, we are close to the end of our segment, but I do want to give you the opportunity to make any last statements or provide a last message if you have one.
I don't know that I have a last message. I don't have much of a web presence, but I do have a website, www.haikunica.com, and that's mostly where my music is posted. But there are there is contact information there, and the contact information also on the Yosoy Shasta Soul website. You can find me there. But I guess my final statement is that I love all of you, and it's just such an honor to be a part of all this. And just in general, to everybody watching, that I really understand how confusing these times are. And as Elizabeth was saying, I think we just need to choose to start to create the reality that we can create within our own scope of influence, and to just hold on tight and to continue to choose to be held by the people in your life who are there for you and who care for you, and those beyond also.
All right, thank you very much. And also I want to let everyone know that when you look at the Yosoy Shasta Soul website, Veronica was very instrumental and central in the artwork, just about all the artwork you see on the website, and helping to do the layout of the website. And she and I coordinated, but her artwork and her presence is really central. So I think it's such an honor that we got to listen to her. And again, that was such a masterful presentation. I thank you very much. And sincerely, right now we're going to, well, not quite yet, but we're about to go into a brief intermission. And I'll allow Susan to present our last speaker. And also she's going to give us a little bit of information about the video that you'll be watching in the intermission. So I'll pass it along to Susan. And then after Susan finishes, then we'll begin the intermission.
Okay. Thanks, Jesse. And thank you very much, Veronica. And anybody else who's got questions, you can reach out in the shastasoul.com website, and also haikuniku.com. Okay, so this next intermission, you'll see a video, and I don't know if any of you have heard. Some of you have, maybe, and some of you have not. But over these past several years, there are people who are doing activations or planetary grid work and things like that all around the world. And so those things really are happening, and this video coming up is one of those things. And so it's just kind of a sneak peek. And what we're doing when grid work is happening or activations are happening is the group is using, sometimes their own bodies or meditations, and sometimes crystals. They're depositing crystals all around the world, and it's to kind of like as electricians kind of fix the lines in our network. So we get our electricity and we get our energy. That also is kind of like a realignment of our planetary grid. And so it's kind of like a recalibration of our planetary consciousness. Talking about consciousness and being more conscious. And so during the intermission, you'll see a short video on one of those groups. That there were 12 groups that dropped some crystals to do some planetary grid work to help with our planetary consciousness back in November of 2022. So maybe in a future summit, we'll have more about that, but so enjoy this one during the intermission. And then after the intermission, we will experience sound healing with DOUNIA'S Safwan. So it's going to be very amazing and surprising, and things that we never knew about sound, and instruments that we've probably never seen or heard of before, you will see. So stay around for that. Enjoy.
All right, now we're going to go into our intermission. And there's going to be a little music video, and afterwards a video that Susan was talking about.
months passed and we forgot our names. Lost in the times, wondering what we missed. And now we've come of age, and we can turn the page, discovering our sacred sound. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are bound by nothing, yet held by everything. Remember, you are held, you are held, you are held, you are held. Oh, you are held like the stars in the sky, held like the mother. You are held. We are held like the stars in the sky, held like divine mother held. As the feeling moves through me, I remember who I was born to be. Looking out at this radiant sea, I can finally see everything is connected, everything is held. We are held. We are held by the loving embrace, held like the stars in place. We are held. And through this magical, invisible web, it holds all things together. Our guides and ancestors are beaming us now with truth and with information. We must remember our destination. We are held like a star. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension.
Io sono ich bin.
Eu suja illa kekter ere guemai.
Anaye machastanan.
Chami mesmo emma yokushi. Eons passed and we forgot our names, lost in the times, wondering what we missed. And now we've come of age, and we can turn the page, discovering our sacred sound. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are bound by nothing, yet held by everything. Remember, you are held, you are held, you are held, you are held. Oh, you are held like the stars in the sky, held like the mother. You are held. We are held like the stars in the sky, held like divine mother held. As the feeling moves through me, I remember who I was born to be, looking out at this radiant sea. I this magical, invisible web. It holds all things together. Our guides and ancestors are beaming us now with truth and with information. We must remember our destination. We are held like a star. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are held, we are held, we are held, we are held, we are held. And I am feeling held. I am feeling so held.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. I have the privilege to introduce our last speaker, and I'm really excited because in the preparation, we had a Dunia show us a little bit of the instruments that she's going to be showing you today, and not only the instruments, but her presence and her voice are truly magical. And so it's with a great pleasure and honor that I pass it along to Dunia now so that she can give you an overview of what she does related to sound and frequency and sound healing. And we'll go ahead and begin our last part of this session.
Thank you so much, Jesse. Thank you, everyone at the Health Summit. I feel very honored and privileged to be here. And I have to say, I want to giggle all the time. This space is so special. For me, it's truly a capsule out of time, out of space, where true magic is happening. So thank you for creating this. And despite my nervousness, I still want to laugh all the time since the beginning of the session today. So I hope I'm not going to be forgetting things. Also, please, if you see that I'm running over time, just let me know or send me a message or something.
Okay.
Let me start sharing my presentation. Okay. Here. Yes. Of course, I started with the end. That's more fun, no? Full screen. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so I am here to speak to you about the science and benefits of sound healing. My name is Dounia Safwan, and actually, I'm going to talk about sound, of course, but not just sound. I'm going to be talking about vibration. Sound is a very big part of it because it's something that we perceive, but there's a lot that we don't perceive that has a big impact on us, on our transformation, evolution, state of being, etc. So just setting that at the beginning. So we have, I think, an hour together, including some questions, and I would like to finish with the mini sound healing because a proper one would take at least an hour, 45 minutes minimum. So because I would like you to experience what it feels like. Of course, we'll be trying some instruments here and there, but to be in a state of receiving healing from vibration, I think is very precious, and I would like to share that with you. So today's program, I just described it. Yes, if you have headphones or good speakers, this is the right time to go get them, because it makes the experience of sound healing and just listening to sound and to the subtleties of sound, it's going to make your experience much better. Okay. First things first, who am I? I'm a healer. My main modality is sound, but it's not just that. I use color and all sorts of vibration. I'm a teacher and guide. I teach meditation, I teach breathing, and I guide people on their spiritual journey or just on their journey to life, which is good enough sometimes. And I'm a Vastu master. For those who don't know Vastu is the ancestor of Feng Shui. It's from the Vedic culture, and it's the art, the sacred art of building and the sacred art of harmonizing places. It's a complete different subject that we're not going to touch on today, but it is part of my journey with vibration, because it is in the realm of vibration. It plays with vibration too, but on another level, geological mainly, and much more connected to matter. Okay, so what is the nature of sound? Clearly, the nature of sound is vibration. And it's a mechanical wave. I don't know if can you see me if I move my hands?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, Dounia, can I ask you a really quick question?
Yeah.
Are you moving across the presentation, or are we still seeing the first slide?
Oh no, I'm moving across it.
Okay, because right now we only see the first one.
Interesting. How about now?
Right now, no, not yet.
It's not moving yet. What's happening?
I mean,
okay.
if it's not too much, maybe you can.
I can just share the normal screen. I don't know what's going on. Reprendre le partage. Okay, let's do it again.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, if I do that.
Okay.
Let's try that. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's not a problem. I just wanted to make sure that, it was as you intended it to be.
Is that moving right now? Has it changed?
It's in About Me right now. If you move it to another page,
it's not working then. So we got to find a different way. Oh, that's weird. Listen, how about
if you present your desktop, maybe we'll have a little bit of the background. Yes. Okay, right there, I think. Yeah, right there, it's visible.
Okay, is it okay if we do this?
It's okay. Okay,
let's do that then. So yes, so what is sound? So it's a mechanical wave that propagates through air, and that's going to come and hit our ears. There's a membrane that is, I think it's in English, it's called eardrum, I think, that will vibrate when that wave is going to hit it, and that's going to transmit the signal into our brains, giving us the information of the frequency of that sound, essentially, to sum it up. And the thing that's important to understand is that vibration is the fabric of the universe. If you go to the atom, for example, and you open the atom, and you go to the nucleus, and you open the nucleus, and you go to a proton, and you open the proton, you still have little particles, but this time, these particles exist as a vibration. They become particles when they, it's like they freeze in a certain way. So the nature of reality is really to vibrate. And that from that quark that is in the middle of the atom and zooming out and zooming out and zooming out, everything is actually an arrangement of vibration that creates form. So sound is one of the modalities of the vibration that we are made of and that we exist in. And I think it's very important to have that in mind because it has so many implications on the one hand, and also because it tells us that because of that, and because we are conscious beings, we have the ability to act on that vibration. We have many ways to do that. We'll look at that towards the end of the presentation. So in essence, we're like an instrument. If you take any string, a guitar, for example, so see that as we can see ourselves as a collection of chords that are unique. Each of us has a unique set of chords that vibrate in a certain way at a certain frequency. And some days we all have let's say like a fundamental frequency that is our identity. But some days we can vibrate at a certain frequency and some other days at a different frequency. Yeah. And what that means is that when we are in harmony, when our instrument is tuned and is able to resound harmoniously, the reality that we're creating is harmonious. And when we are in this harmony, we create conflict and disease. Not that it's a bad thing or that we're bad people or we're inferior or whatever. It's just, this is our way of evolution. The disharmony will create conflict that will remind us that we need to evolve on a certain aspect of ourselves. So if I sum up what I just said, the vibration, well, not just sum up, but the vibration that that exists and that we are creates energy. If you remember the little quark, it vibrates, it creates energy, and it becomes a quark. And the atom is vibrating, it generates energy with that vibration, and it becomes an atom of hydrogen or oxygen or whatever, etc., until we have bodies and objects and things. And the picture that you see is a picture of an aurora borealis that happened very recently, I think a couple of weeks ago in Norway, if I'm not mistaken. And all the colors that you see, they illustrate what I'm just describing. When coronal mass ejection is sent from the sun and hits our magnetical field, some of the photons that are sent go through our atmosphere, and they hit the elements that are in our atmosphere, hydrogen, nitrogen, etc. And that vibration creates that energy and creates those colors. This is how it's like they are charged electricity that excites the molecules, so make them vibrate in a different way at a different level and make them appear to us in a different manner. So just so you know, green is oxygen, And blue, purple, and pink is nitrogen. So, and now how does that energy create the matter? It's through patterns. It's, imagine like you put the energy into a mold, into a structure that is ready to receive that energy to become real, to become matter. So this is how vibration is the source of realities. And this is why it's so, so, so important to take care of, to look after our vibration at the many levels that it exists. So,
excuse me, Dunia, did you want to move forward your slides?
Oh, has it not moved yet? Can you
No,
see?
it looks like you might have to do it manually.
Well, right now you're on the picture, the multicolored picture. Is that the one we're supposed to be on?
Do you see a picture with a lot of colors?
Oh,
Vibration,
yes.
energy, matter. Yeah, that's the one that's visible
That's
right
where
now.
I'm supposed to be.
Okay, so sorry.
Okay.
No worries, no worries. So yeah, just to finish up on that thing, we're dealing here with the three universal principles that are really key in understanding like our reality and the universe we live in, which is vibration, energy, matter, also known as sound, light, and form, which we'll go to that in a moment. If you remember, like all the Yosoy people will remember, that will ring a bell for sure. I want to share with you now a video to illustrate how vibration creates form. And I need to stop sharing this to share something else. Oh. Okay, I need to share my screen in a different way. Can you see my screen? Can you see the video that's about to play?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wonderful. Can you hear the sound?
Yes.
Okay, I'll stop the sharing of this and go back to my screen.
That was amazing, by the way.
Yes, so what's happening there it's a simple metal plate with salt, and that man is just making that noise by rubbing objects on the table, and you see how it changes completely the geometry of what the soul becomes. So imagine that at the level of a human being, of what you're listening, just thinking of what you're listening to, not thinking about all the other things that vibrationally happen around us and that can affect us. And I like this video because it makes it visible. And I want to show you something else. I want to show you the other way around. This is how form expresses vibration. What you're looking at here on the image on the left is the coupole. How do you say that? It's in a mosque in Iran, and there is I don't know the name in English. It's a rounded shape ceiling, let's say. Yeah. And they've created this pattern, which is, as you can see, is very intricate, very complex, but at the same time is so harmonious and so expansive. And this is how form can express vibration. And this is why in religious places, we'll see another image here, for example. This is the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona. This is La Sainte-Chapelle, which is a church in France. And you can see how architecture comes to mimic the, let's say, divine patterns, so that when you enter in the sacred place, you receive that vibration through the building that you're in. So it's not just sound. And Goethe said, the philosopher and poet, said that music is liquid architecture and architecture is frozen music. And I find that so beautiful and so accurate as well. And of course, there have been experiments on human cells. This is a preview, and we'll go a little bit deeper into this in a moment. So this is an experiment that has been made on heart cells in Stanford University. I believe it's in 2019, where they exposed heart cells to sound, and that created those geometries, which is amazing because I want to say between inverted quotes, like it's opening the door to new possibilities, but we're going to see in a moment that these possibilities have been in our knowledge and history for thousands of years, and we are rediscovering them now. So this is how we can visually apprehend the impact of sound, but more generally of vibration into the physical reality that we live in. Also, remember the trinity of vibration, energy, and form and matter. If you remember the Merkaba that we were working with in the Yosoy path, it's the triangle of the Am. So this is how the divine comes into matter, comes into form, comes into the three-dimensional reality that we live in. So it's this triangle. I hope you can see my mouse, or rather this tetrahedron, to be more precise: energy, matter, and vibration. And it is once that you have brought the heaven on earth, when you have brought the divine into the matter, you call it whatever you want, consciousness into form, that once you have done that, that you can create an axis and then go back to heaven, to consciousness, to the divine, through wisdom, love, and will. That's another subject, but just to clarify how that works. So everything in the universe will express itself in vibration, creating energy that will create matter. It's like the mind will, through the soul, will incarnate in a body. So based on that, what does it mean to heal with vibration? How does it work? And how do we use that? So, as I said, there's not just sound. There is sound, of course, because we can hear it. There's color that we can see, but it's much more subtle. And there's just pure light. And we're going to see how that works. First of all, I would like us to look at our bodies, because these are also places of, or let's say elements of perception or sources of perception, and also dimensions of our existence. And these are very important when we work with sound and vibration in general. So just to refresh everyone's memory, or for those who don't know, we have our physical body, and we have 7 more bodies: the etherical, astral, mental, causal, Buddhic, Atmic, and Sri, which is the, let's say, the most subtle of our own, of all our bodies. Sorry. And there's 2 things that are very important to know, or 2, let's say, fundamental concepts. It's the concept of harmony and disharmony. There's no, I spoke about that a little bit earlier, but there's no judgment when there's a conflict or a disease or an emotion that is negative. It's an expression of an unbalance. And it's very important to have that in mind when working on our subtle bodies or physical bodies with sound. The other very important concept is that everything that happens to us in the body or in our material world has its origin in one of those bodies. Which means that to be smart, it's much better to speak to the origin, to heal the origin of the disease or the conflict, than look at the symptom, right? You want to be able to tackle the place that originated the disharmony or the unbalance. And usually that conflict has originated in the emotional or mental body, the ones that are closest to us. And the other important thing to take into account with sound healing is our energy. Because our energy field speaks about our conflicts. Now I'm really talking about the practice. For example, as a healer, how do I see that someone has a conflict or someone is not well in a certain area of their lives or of their being? I check their energy, and that means their auras, their chakras, also the organs. If you take the organs of a person from a Chinese medicine perspective, the organs have spiritual properties and spiritual attributes, rather. And they can talk to you about what's going on. Of course, there's the psychology of the person and what they tell you and how you feel and how, what emotions they're going through that can help you understand what is the state of the energy. And when you cross-reference all this information, you can have a pretty good idea of where to go and where to heal things and how to heal them. Does it make sense so far?
Yes.
And are we doing good on time? What's the time?
How
much?
How many more minutes do you need? You're doing good.
Right now, we have we're scheduled like about 15 minutes until the question and answer session. But if there are no questions or answers or not many, then we can.
Okay. Okay. I need around 10 to 15 minutes to do healing. And yeah, so that's all okay, you stop me and now I'll rush through it. So how does the healing works? So there's a lot that can be done to do the healing. For example, in my case, I use the meridians and the organs, the Chinese meridians and the organs. Each meridian, for example, has a specific note, and each organ has a specific note that you can activate to expand or calm down the energy of that organ. You look also at the energy flow, and sound can help you. You see I can't see myself, but behind me, you see tubes, maybe. Do you see them?
Yes.
Okay, those tubes help the energy flow in the body, for example. So we use notes, we use intervals between notes. So we can make a little experiment. I think it can be really fun. Because I don't see myself, I will let you tell me if you can see the piano correctly.
Yeah, if you move it just a little bit more.
Uh-huh.
Right there.
Okay. So I would like you to, if you have your earphones, this is a good time to put them on. And I'm going to change the nature of sound in can you hear this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I would like you to pay attention to what you feel and what comes to your mind when I play those intervals. Like, what quality would you find to them? So I will start with just one note. So this is immobile, this is immobility. And then you feel the movement from I'm immobile, I'm still, to I'm starting to go out of myself. Then I find a level of unity in this. And then something is about to happen. And then I go outside of that space and I'm in expansion again, but in a good place again. And then I'm moving again. I'm going outside of my place. That feels a little bit strange, no? A little bit of tension there. And then you go back to stability.
It seems the second note cuts off.
Ah. Hang on. I think I know how to fix this. I need to stop this. And then,
Dunia, if you go into the Zoom settings and the audio profile,
yeah,
you need to check original sound from musicians.
exactly. I just changed that now, so I can share again. Well, I don't need to share right now. Do you want me to redo it again or what? Did you not hear at all?
We heard, but it cuts off really quickly, so we didn't hear the sound trailing off.
Okay, I'll do it quicker because I explained the meanings of each. So I would like you to feel how it sounds. So we're back to stillness. Back to tension, to going out. Oh, sorry. We're going out. Tension. And now we go to the next level, to the next octave. So this is just a small example, just by playing on intervals. Going back to sharing this. Up. All right. So there's also the tones, so which is the tone of an instrument. So let's say violin doesn't have the same tone as, I don't know, a bass. So all of this has an impact on your vibration and can help heal, release, smooth out energy, rebalance, etc. Rhythm as well can help. Rhythm, or rather absence of rhythm. For example, if you take trance sessions or trance ceremonies, they play on rhythm to take you somewhere, a space, a place, another dimension, etc. But you can also use the absence of rhythm to create space so that the being, the person, or you can take what you need rather than being taken, or rather than the healer taking the person somewhere, just proposing a vibration that the person is going to pick from. The voice is the most powerful healing tool when it comes to sound. Like, it's more powerful than any instrument, any interval, anything. It's important to know how to use it, but it's really the most important. I want to share with you the research of, he's the founding father really of sound healing, sound healing research, and has done experiments with human cells, with many aspects, with sound of voice, with sound of instruments, with prayer as well. I want to show you something with prayer, with magnetism on cells. And with the Kirlian photography, he managed to capture the aura, or the magnetical field of those cells. And you can see the effect of sound on for example. Okay, you gotta guide me because I have no clue what the screen looks like. So,
Nina, do you want to end your presentation so we can see the book better? Or do you
thank you. Yes. All right, perfect. Okay. So here you have a cell, a human cell, that hasn't been exposed to sound. And when you expose it to sound for 10 seconds, this is what it does. Can you see all the energy it produces? All the light it produces. This is, for example, this is bigger and easier, a human cell exposed to the fundamental note of its owner, let's say. So we each have a fundamental note. which is the most potent vibration that you can activate on someone. So can you see how the cell is like a mandala, is completely super bright, super harmonious as well. And pink is usually is of course the color of the heart, and it's the color of healing as well. And I want to show you, and I'm conscious of time, I want to show you with the cotton. Of course, there have been experiments on cancer cells where he demonstrated that you can break down cancer cells with sound, with instruments, for example, but with voice it takes 9 minutes, whereas with instruments it takes 14 to 22 minutes. So this is how potent it is. Here's the cotton. No, that's the cancer. Oh, here's the cotton. Okay. This is natural cotton, and this is with magnetism. He worked with a person who has strong magnetism with his hands. This is a normal cotton cell, and this is with prayer. And this is again natural, and this is prayer and sound. Which demonstrates what? It demonstrates also the power of intention that you put in the vibration. Because vibration is like, let's say it's like a carrier. You can put vibration and it does its job, but you can put vibration with an intention. And that's super more powerful. The name of the book is The Tao of Sound. This is the French name, but it's The Tao of Sound. And the author is Fabien Maman. And one other important thing that I want to say, the healer doesn't really heal. It's the person who heals themselves. So what we are here to do, or at least what I consider myself here for, is to provide the space, the tools, the vibration, and to put that in the field of my client or my patient, so that they can find the light that they have within. And I really liked what Elizabeth said earlier about her work, which is to reconnect people to their soul. I do the same job, but in a very different way. Because it's really a question of the healing happens when we provide space for the soul to be communicated with the consciousness of the person, with the conscious mind rather. No, we don't have to travel to Casablanca to receive healing. It works in distance. Okay, I need to share again. All right. So in practice, there's all sorts of instruments. One of my favorite instruments is this. It's a tuning fork. I'm going to try and make you listen. Can you hear? It's very subtle. But when you apply that on certain parts of the body, on a certain points using the meridians, it's super, super powerful. Not only you can feel it, but also you can see the organ changing its pulse or changing its beat because it received new information. I want to talk about something else as well. As you might have understood by now, it's really a precision technology. And sound healing started maybe 20, 40, 30 years ago, something like this, with gongs and gong bats, etc. It's very different to use gongs or bowls, especially when bowls are used on your body, than using this, because we're not working with the same patterns or the same structures. Gongs and bowls will have a tendency to send a big wave of things at you, a big wave that will do what it needs to do. Maybe it will make you high, maybe it will relax you, maybe it will make your entire body relax by the power of the vibration. And that's one thing. The precision sound healing that I use is really, it's like surgery. It's like going to a certain place in the aura, going to a certain chakra at a certain level of your subtle bodies to give sound or give light or give color to, you know, it's like working with a network of parameters to create that. So this is one of them, but there's all sorts of weird stuff. This is a healing tool as well. I invite you to close your eyes and feel it in your body, or feel what it makes you think of. Or a tube. And see how that feels. I can go on for hours, but you'll have a little, like 10 to 15 minutes a little bit later with a sequence. What this allows me to say as well is to point to a very important thing in sound healing. It's the silence. The silence is as important, if not more important, than the sound that you will create, because the healing happens in the silence. I can bang this forever, like for 2 hours. It's not that way that you're going to heal. It's because I strike. It's like I excite something in your, I want to say your body, in your bodies, because of all the bodies. And that opens, do I need this? And I go get it. And it happens in the silence that I stop striking. And what happens in that silence? There's a thing called the harmonics or the overtones, which is when you strike the sound, it makes one sound, but then it produces, let's say, mathematically mathematical derivatives of that sound, which is other frequencies. You know, when we're in the pyramids and we sing in different tones, we create that space of overtones. And this is how the magic happens. It's because we have overtones. And this only exists with acoustic instruments. I can't do that on a computer because the signal that a computer creates is different from the wave that an acoustic instrument creates. It's very complex to create from a computer a sine wave. It's a lot of work. So there's that as well to take into account. So it's very, very precise. And I wanted to share with you a video, but I won't because we won't have time. But I want to share with you a quote from Anna, grandmother of Jesus, who speaks about this. So she's describing when she is in Egypt, I think, and she says, "There was light sufficient for my seeing supplied by all lamps and shining stones, which were anointed by those empowered Atlantean priests and priestesses who knew how to bring down the light of the sun god Ra. These were my teachers who still retain the secrets of light, sound, and color." These are the trinity of vibration. That's why you see color silks at the back. And in another chapter, she says, "The king's chamber was designed to function as a great resonance chamber. Once they were inside, they began to sense the glorious combination of sound frequencies that were being intoned by all those in their variously assigned places, including a number of priests and priestesses who were stationed in hidden chambers within and beneath the Great Pyramid. In this way, all aspects of their mental, emotional, and physical bodies were tuned and calibrated to the interdimensional music of the spheres, thereby aligning their consciousness with specific solar, stellar, and galactic energies." So I really like this passage because it summarizes a lot of things that are about sound healing. So it does several things. Not only it helps you align with who you are and your actual soul purpose. So it's like opening space for you to listen to that voice that Elizabeth was talking about earlier. Not only that, but it allows you to align with what's surrounding you based on what's your purpose. So, for example, and also to receive the energies for example, you have a sheet of music that you want to play on an instrument. If the instrument is in tune, it comes out beautifully. But if the instrument is out of tune, you can be the best player in the world, it's just going to come out rubbish. It's going to be terrible. This is what it is. It's really, it allows us to tune our instrument, and the more we work and the more we open ourselves to our soul, the most beautiful the sound will be. It's like having a normal violin at the beginning and ending up with a Stradivarius in the end. You know, it's that sort of thing. And in terms of receiving energies, it's like, I don't know, there's a full moon that does that is in whatever sign that has such information. Being able to receive it in its complete information, that is what harmonizing oneself does. Should I stop soon? How much time do I have?
Jessie, we can't hear you.
How much time left do you need?
I really want to make sure that the sound harmonization is good. So I'd rather cut off on the presentation. There's not a lot. I have 5 slides more, so maybe 5 minutes. I can make it in 5 minutes, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Is that good?
Mhm.
Okay. We've looked at the impact on vibration on human cells. One thing that I wanted to mention again is there's another person called Joel Sternheimer who did some research in the 80s as well, along with Fabien Maman, who identified that each protein has a particular vibration. So amino acids emit physical signals, and each molecule has a particular note of frequency. What that means is our DNA is our vibrational identity as well as being our physical.
Y bueno, que la familia esté bien por ahí.
So it's just amazing that there is that correspondence between our DNA, which is our most unique identifier, with sound, with music, actually. So I started to speak about the benefits of sound and vibratory healing. You can see here the ideograms for music, joy, and medicine, the Chinese ideograms. The 3 are similar, except for medicine, there's that extra bit that means plants. So I think it's self-explanatory how music, health, and joy are related, and how sound and vibration can help us have a joyful life. So it allows us to align with ourselves, to heal, to connect with our inner voice, to access our inner wisdom, and that's one of the most beautiful things. And also, although I've been talking a lot about subtle bodies and chakras, it does help for physical relief, because there are also combinations of notes, not only because there's combination of notes or tuning forks that you can put on certain parts of the body, but also because it addresses the conflict at the source, then that trickles down into your physical body to relieve it. So I wanted to give you a few tips on how to use sound and vibration at home, and like how you can start experimenting with this. Singing and humming are the most basic and the most powerful ones. Anything that you can sing, you will see that it will put you in a state of joy, and that already is raising your vibration. Wearing certain colors as well can change your vibration. If you feel a little bit sad, maybe wear some green or some pink. If you feel low on energy, maybe I don't know, have an orange silk and put it around you for an hour or whatever time you need. That color is super potent, is super strong. Mantras are amazing. Mantras is like codes it's like singing codes with your voice. You can just play music, in general, but play music. Maybe learn an instrument. You'll see how it's so expansive, as in expansion, not expensive as in money. Another recommendation is to watch your vibration. It includes watching your thoughts, watching what you eat, what you do, who you're with, where you live, where you go, who you surround yourself with. All of this has an impact on your state of being, your level of happiness and clarity. And of course, breathing is always a great way to align and look after your vibration, as well as laughter, which is the most amazing tool with the voice. And I think that's that. I don't know if we have time for questions. And that's that for me. Do we have time for questions?
I mean, I don't think we have a lot of questions or many, but we can go on to the sound healing portion. It's been so amazing up to now, and I'm excited, and I'm pretty sure a lot of us are to get a little bit more of the magic.
Okay. Okay. Wonderful. So I invite you to put your earphones if you haven't put them on yet. To sit comfortably. You know, if it's easy for you to lie down, it's even better. Close your eyes. I'm gonna shut off my camera. You don't need to see me, and I don't want you to be distracted by what I'm doing. So, okay. Close your eyes and start breathing through your nose, softly, in and out. Relax your body. Relax your feet, your legs, your knees, your hips. Relax your tummy, your lower back, your entire chest and your upper back. Relax your hands, your palms, the back of your hands, your arms up to your shoulders. Relax your neck, your throat, your head, your entire face, and finally relax your forehead. then slowly you can start moving your hands, your feet, your head, connecting with your breath, and come back here and now whenever you're ready, and open your eyes to come back with us.
Awesome, awesome. No, so first of all, thank you very much for that. It was truly, truly magical. So right now we are at the point of getting to the conclusion, but like at every point in the conclusion, do you have any final thoughts? In addition, how can people find out more about the work that you do, how to reach you, and how to in any sessions or any healings that you have, and how to contact you?
Yes, thank you. I mean, my final word is going to be thank you, because this space is so wonderful that I want to stay here. If you want to contact me, here are my details. You can write an email to me. You can find my website on Instagram or on YouTube. I just wanted to share one little thing, is that you shared a video earlier about planetary tasks and people doing things, and we're doing one with another coordinator in the Atlas Mountains next February. So get in touch with me or anything if you want to know more about it. We are reconnecting the Atlas Mountains to the planetary grid in a very special work that we're going to be doing together with this other coordinator and all the participants. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, awesome. And that's going to be amazing, I would imagine. I mean, I can't imagine the energy and the work what that's going to open up. I mean, if you know, for those of you who know about the Atlas Mountains, we don't have enough time to talk about it, but that's going to be super special. And so I wanted to thank you personally for participating, for your time and effort. And it's an absolute joy to listen to you. You are, just by yourself, your presence, it's an absolute instrument that is healing, right? I know you do healings, but I think just listening to you, your frequency, your vibration itself is very special. And so now I'll pass it on to Susan to close out today's session, today's summit, and then tell us a little bit about the conclusion, the video that's coming up. Susan, you're on mute, I think.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to come down from this high. It was so nice. Just want to tell you, there's a lot of people who really felt it. Some people cried, some people vibrated. It was very, very, very powerful and very healing. And that was just a small version of what you actually do. So everyone, check out Dunia. You'll see her information in her about page and yosoy.com. So thank you very much, Dunia. It was just amazing. I want to thank all of the speakers today, and there's gonna be a short video where I thank the speakers again and tell you about next week's speakers and the summit information for next week. But I want to take this time to remind everyone, if you didn't see at the very beginning, if you are interested in joining us for Solstice at Mt Shasta 2024, that will be in the week of June 17th through the 21st. We'll probably have like the majority of the activities within those 3 days, like the 19th, 20th, 21st, something like that. But it's good to kind of calendar your whole week, because we haven't finalized everything that we're going to do there. But I wanted to tell you, if you are interested in joining us, please put your information in the Contact Us page in the yosoy.red website. And please remember, just like the summit, that that adventure at Mount Shasta is also free. It's just that, you know, your travel, food and lodging is on your own. And then we just come together and share our knowledge, share our gifts and ceremonies and meditations and whatever else that we're going to do. We're going to do it together as a community. And yeah, it's I can't wait to share more about that, but we haven't finalized everything. But I want to tell you that to please put your information, because we're going to be sending a little bit of information in the beginning of December to prepare for the Mount Shasta event in 2024. And it has something to do with your, you know, how we make New Year's resolutions. It's going to be something like that with a little bit of a twist. We'll actually really put intention into it personally for yourself and, you know, for the planet. So we will send that information out to you as long as we have your contact information, your email, your phone number, whatever you can share with us in the Yosoy Shasta Soul Contact Us page. So please remember to do that. And once again, thanks to all the speakers. And here's our conclusion video. Thank you all very much for joining us today. It was just a fabulous day once again, and join us next week. Ta-ta for now. Here's the closing video. Love you all.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us on this third day of our Held Summit series. If you missed any part of today's presentations, you'll be able to see them on the Yosoy Network YouTube channel. We hope you enjoyed today's sessions. It was another fabulous day of enlightenment and healing. Special thanks to Elizabeth Mayer for taking us on a tour of the Akashic Realm, to Veronica Polo Torok for teaching us how to work with artificial intelligence, and to Dunia Safwan for bringing us back to healing, balance, and coherence through the science of sound. Please join us next week for our final day of this year's Held Summit series. Elena Dominguez Escudero will guide us on a simple yet powerful way to honor our Mother Earth. Lama Tsering will introduce us to indigenous Tibetan wisdom, and Peter Mount Shasta will show us how to invoke the I Am Presence to guide us in every situation. If you're interested in presenting at our next summit, please send us a note through the Contact Us page on yosoy.shastasoul.com. See you next Sunday at 3 p.m. Universal Time Zone. And until then, Yo soy!